Hello! Welcome to 500 subscribers live stream. This is going to be something a little bit different. There's 4 routes that I'm going to be doing today. Starting with London Euston to Milton Keynes. We then do Crewe to Milton Keynes. Then Crewe to Preston, and finally Preston to Carlisle. Probably going to take somewhere around 5 or 6 hours. So we do here, timetable, we are starting on foot in London Euston. Start around 7. Do it for today. Clear weather. And I'm going to spawn in a special train, which we're going to use across all 4 routes. Just wait for it to load in, which shouldn't be too long. And then we'll spawn in the train I want. It just takes a bit of time to load in. When we get to Milton Keynes, we will route hop to the Trent Valley line. Let's find an empty platform. A little bit of stuttering while every asset loads in. But I'm going to find an empty platform, go to the end. What time do you have a train come in? 8:16. Got plenty of time there. We'll use this platform. Go to the end of the platform, then spawn in the train I want to use. I want to use something that can be appropriate for both the southern 2 routes, which are set in the 2020s, and the northern 2, which are set 40 years ago. 40 years and 4 days ago, to be exact, but who's counting? So, we'll come out into the open, and spawn new train, which is class 86 BO. There's another version. I want the electric blue. That's a noisy Pendolino. Let's just type 86. There it's electric blue. Electric blue, and we'll have 9 Mark II D coaches. Not enough space. Okay, we'll try a shorter train. How about 8 or 7? That works. So we spawn that. Wait for it to come in. And you're going to load in? Or are you just going to struggle? Where are you? Try again. Oh, it's come in. There we go. E3195 electric blue. It's the first time I've driven it. So, climb up. Oh, why don't you want to get me in? Why are you not letting me in? Can I just... Let me in. I'll go around the other side then. and then shut the door. That's annoying, it won't let me in from the platform. Reason I'm doing this type of loco and getting everything set up before we even do anything is the preserved 86/4 Peter Pan. Can we go in there? No. The one that's got Peter Pan and Lesros nameplates came through yesterday, which is why this stream is today, not yesterday. And, well, I want to recreate the service. Where's the... That's reverse lock. And, well, DSD, there it is. But it won't let me put the key in. That's where the key goes, I think. Oh, no, there it is. Couldn't see it from that angle. Right, back in the seat. Put the master switch to forward. Set up the lights. Tail light off, dimmer, foot warmer, cab heat off, don't need that in the summer. Marker light on. Somewhere there's a switch for headlights. Do it the easy way. Turn that off and then do it again. It'll put the head marker lights on at the same time. That's better. Right. This is the first time driving it, so I've not done this yet. Make sure everything is on. Classic electric traction, 86426. It's in forward. Go back in the cab and set up a route. We're going all the way along here. To Milton Keynes. And we'll go to there. Have I actually clicked? I know what I didn't do. Set path. That works. Zoom out till we get to there. Milton Keynes, we have a route hop point. So I can hop to... Will that let me? Yeah. We'll go to that platform. Okay, just have to wait for the green signal. Might as well let passengers on. Not that they actually get on with this. Once I've got a green signal, I can... Okay. That's the first time I've done the brake release. Close the doors. There's a class 350 stroke 1. No, that's a 350 stroke 4, I believe. What's the number on it? Can't tell. Head out the cab. I can have a closer look once it's got in. That is a 350 stroke 4. Come on, signalman, let me go. This is an express. I'm not expecting perfect stutter-free running. Because I've got all the services that will be passing, as well as let's just creep towards the signal. It might clear if I do that. No, it won't clear. We'll just get a bit closer to the signal. Hopefully I'll get clearance. Let's open the window. You can hear what the traction motors are doing. And that's why we're waiting. There's a Pendolino coming in. Hopefully we'll get clearance before that one. And then we'll get the fast line all the way to Milton Keynes. Then at Milton Keynes we route up to the Trent Valley line. Spawn this back in. Green light. Notch up. It is a 25 mph speed limit in here. So we don't want to be speeding too much. Run the motor up a little bit. Keep an eye on the amp meters there. Don't want them going in the red. There's another 350 coming in as we're leaving. A 350/3 by the look of it. Should, once we're out of station limits, be able to get up to 100 miles an hour on this, because that's what max speed is. I'm not sure if we go under. No, we go over. We don't go through the loop, so we're going on the slow line by the look of it. Interesting. I do prefer the sound of the old AWS bell to the modern buzzer. Trying to work out what road C means. Not 100% sure. This will be the first time Trent Valley Line has appeared on my channel. All 3 videos next week are Trent Valley Line. I will say it's a fantastic route. Which is pretty accurate. There are a few compromises, admittedly. Let's put the cab light on while we go through the tunnel, just so that we don't lose anything on the screen. I haven't got the instruments on. There we go. Instrument lights are now on, so I can see them. Cab light off again. In real life you would not do that, you just have them without the cab lights. Because you can't see out the front. But for the sake of videos, I turn them on. It just looks better. Otherwise it's virtually pitch black. And that's not good for videos. As I've said, this journey will probably take close to 6 hours. Because that's how long the rail tour yesterday from London Euston to Carlisle took. Though they did have a loco change at Crewe. From the 86 electric blue, hence that Peter Pan, or Les Ross, whichever one you want to call it, went from that to one of Locomotion Services steam engines. I believe it was Blue Peter. If I'd got the lights off, all you'd see, because you can't... Can you see the... No, you can't see the headlights in this. They're not bright enough. Which is pretty typical. They aren't bright. But having the cab light on, you can see it. That's the signal. Can go up to 55 with building speed up slowly. Oh, past something. I do have multiple layers turned on. I don't have every single one for the route, but I do have enough that we will get some interesting traffic, like over there we've got London Overground class 710. We'll be passing things like the 390s, Pendolinos, the 350s, which are the Desiros, the 805s, or Everos, class 66s on freight. We can notch up a bit. Trying to think what else we could pass. I don't think the... Actually, they might. The 807s from Trent Valley line might layer into this now. I'm not 100% sure because I haven't looked. It's a bit more. Up to 85. We are actually on the fast line, which is good. Someone's just driven past with music blaring. There's 1972 stock for the London Underground. That's the Bakerloo line, which I do have, otherwise the stock wouldn't appear. Though for some reason I can't drive the 1972 stock. Okay, we can notch down a bit, just so that we're not speeding. I've still got the cab light on because I know there's a few tunnels before we leave London. I'm trying not to be speeding, which I am. Let's run the traction down a bit. There we go. We can now do up to 90. As we go past... I think this is bottom end of Wembley Yard. I know a lot of people can drive without using the heads-up display. I'm not one of them. I need this bit at the top corner. For the simple fact, I don't know the line that well. So I need to know in advance of speed limit changes. I think we'll be limited to 100 when we get to the bit where it says... There we go, we can go up to 100. So, notch up. You can see Wembley Football Stadium on the horizon. So we're nearly at Wembley Central. That's crazy. There's access to the western side of Wembley Yard, and we've gone past Wembley Yard. Oh, but no, there's Wembley Yard. Wonder if there's any freights in the yard. Let's have a look as we accelerate towards 100 miles an hour and pass Pendolino. Well, there's some Pendolinos over the far side. I can't see anything else though. We'll be crossing over the London Underground line there. Yes. Now it... There's a freight there, I believe. No, it's not. It's a fence. Looked like a freight. Wembley Central. With the London Underground train. And now we parallel the underground all the way to... Well, underground stroke overground to Harrow and Wealdstone. And then overground... First of all to Bushy, where it goes, the overground goes via Watford High Street, and then to Watford Junction, where the overground ends. So, the line next to us has both the underground stock, which is tiny loading gauge, almost looks narrow gauge compared to full size stuff, and also overground, the class 710s, which are the same size as what we're in. Nearly at 100 miles an hour, so I can notch down so that we're not gonna speed. That should do it. Okay, we're slowing down a bit more than I expected, but still doing decent speed. There's a 710 and a Pendolino. just try and maintain speed so that we get to Milton Keynes, which is 37 miles away. I don't know when the next speed limit changes. But I get warning by having the heads-up display on, which I need. As I said, I don't drive this route too often. Sure, there was a track. There's an underground train. That shows how small they are. I'm higher than them. That was Harrow and Wealdstone. We are now alongside the overground section. I do wish I could drive the Bakerloo line trains, but for some reason they just won't move for me. I've tried every possible workaround. Even uninstalling and reinstalling the route, and it's not worked. So I can't drive them. Which is a shame, because they are fun trains to drive, and you can't drive full-size trains in the underground. Well, in this game you can, but it looks really weird. Because you get the tunnels going through your forehead. Closed station for the main line, open for the overground. After Watford Junction, we've got to slow down for the tunnels, I believe. I know the slow line, it's down to 75. I'm not sure about on the fast. And that Pendley, that 350 is on the slow. When we get to Trent Valley, we'll be on the inner lines for the fast, or at least between Attleborough Junction and Colwich. This is Bushy, so next station is Watford. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was. The overground's still next to us. There's another 710. Those are interesting units. They've got the same open feel inside them as the new 730s that are operating services on the Trent Valley. Birmingham Cross City, Birmingham to Rugeley Trent Valley, or the Walsall line. This is Bushy. There's the way to Watford Town, or Watford High Street, which is over that way. We go round bend on a nice embankment. We do not have a speed limit change. Run the that down and just coast. I'm going to do horn as we go through the station, which the driver of Peter Pan / Les Ross did yesterday. There will be a video on that when I've edited it. Only problem with my laptop at the moment, it does struggle with busy sections. So we get stuttering. Because I'm streaming using my laptop, there's another 710, that's terminated. It'll now turn around and head back to London. Okay, we can run back up, because it doesn't look like we slow down for the tunnels. The slow lines do, we don't, which is cool. Coming up to the point when I'll need the cab light to go through Watford Tunnel under Hemel Hempstead. So I'll put the light on. Let's run up the traction motors again. 29 miles to Milton Keynes. Which shouldn't take too long. Then we route hop to the Trent Valley line. First time I'll have done route hopping. Let's just run that down so we don't speed. Temporary stutter there. Run down. Don't want to be speeding. While it would be fun to be going super fast, I mean, you can do 125 in the Pendolinos. I'm trying to do it like it's a rail tour, limited stop. The Trent Valley section, admittedly, tours would have stopped at Watford Junction, Milton Keynes, Rugby, Nuneaton, Stafford, Crewe, I think it stopped at Wigan, Moorgate and Preston, and then Lancaster, Penrith and Carlisle. I don't think it... No, it didn't stop north of Preston until it got to Carlisle. We're stopping at just the route hop points. It'll give me a chance to see what the actual line speed through Atherstone is on the fast line, because I am sure it is not the same as Nuneaton and Tamworth. I know the slow line is considerably slower than we are currently doing. When we get to that route, when we're flying on the map, I'll show exactly why it's got a severe speed restriction. It took me actually looking at the route map to realise why the curves are there. It goes round Mervale Hall's grounds. When the LNWR built the Trent Valley line in 1847, the Dugdales agreed to having a link to the Baddesley Colliery Tramway, which was their private land at Baddesley Wharf, but they refused to let the main line cut over part of their land. That was a speed restriction alarm, and I don't know where. Oh, there's a TPWS grid on that signal. Yeah, the Dugdales refused to allow the line to go through their land, so it goes round the bottom end of Mervale Hall with some pretty tight bends, which you can see when you're on the platform. You can see how tight the bends are. And because of the tightness of the bends, it's the slowest section on the Trent Valley line. If you ever watch my real railway videos, which are filmed there, you can see the views looking south. You can see the bend very, very clearly. And the views looking north, where you can see the TNT as it is now. No, FedEx as it is now. It was TNT when I moved here. It's now FedEx who bought TNT out in 2020. I'll be slowing down. The curve there's noticeable as well. 390. Why are we slowing down? Let me do a rundown. And then notch back up. I think I've gone over a neutral section while having power on. It's the problem with not having the big bit of HUD up. This is Tring, I believe. There we go, I've got power again. 21 miles. We're going to be covering nearly 300 miles in this, which is quite some distance to be able to do one journey, in effect. Yes, I've got to swap routes, but that's not too much of an issue. It's the fact that you can now do it. You can go from London to Carlisle on the same line. Yes, there's 40 years difference at Crewe between the Trent Valley line, or the Birmingham and Crewe line, because they're both set in 2020s, to Preston to Crewe and Preston to Carlisle, which are both set on the 17th of June 1986. Which, strangely enough, I can just about remember. I was 4. before when that route was set. That is just crazy. We're just going over TPWS grids, and that's the AWS magnet. This does not have TPWS, which is Train Protection and Warning System. It's just a little bit too old. If it was... Oh, we're speeding. This is Leighton Buzzard, I think. If it was running nowadays, anything used on the main line has to be fitted with OTMR, on-train monitoring and recording device, as well as TPWS, fully functioning AWS, which most had anyway when they were retired, GSMR, which you can tell this does not have, which is the radio to contact the signalman. Can't think what else. There's a number of safety systems that all trains need. I mean, Tornado's the first steam engine to be fitted with ETCS, European Train Control System. It was being tested end of last year on the Cambrian to Aberystwyth and back. I think it was. It might just been to Machynlleth, which ended up being a success. So that can do... It could go on the Cambrian line as far as Towing, which is a run round point, or a passing loop. It can't go over Barmouth Bridge. But it's proven that they can now fit ERTMS or ETCS onto a steam engine. So there may be others fitted with it in due course. It means it can also run on the East Coast Mainline safely. Or any other line fitted with ETCS. Which station's this? I'm not sure. Let's have a look on the map. This is Cheddington. Next one will be Leighton Buzzard, I believe. Yep. And then tunnel. After Leighton Buzzard, it's Bletchley, and then Milton Keynes. So, nearly at the end of the first part of the journey. And then, oh, is that canal? No, it's a fence. The Trent Valley line is 108 miles, the route, from Milton Keynes to Crewe. The actual Trent Valley line itself goes from Rugby to Stafford. Between Milton Keynes and Rugby, we go through Watford Gap, which is where Southerners say if you live north of that, you're a northerner. Geographically, you're not. Because geographically, the north starts in Derbyshire. Just above Derby. It's not that, what's the word? Not cut and dried, because there are people north of the geographic middle of the UK who class themselves as south. Likewise, there's people further south who class themselves as northerners. I'm slowing down. Got 9.6 miles. And we're just about to go through Leighton Buzzard, which is somewhere I would like to go because there's a nice little 2-foot gauge railway. The Leighton Buzzard Steam Railway. I've never been there. I would like to go there. It's 2 trains for me to get there, so Leighton Buzzard. Swap trains at Milton Keynes. We've got Leighton Buzzard Tunnel. So once again, cab light on. Single bore. Get through relatively quickly, and we can turn the light off. When I'm on the Crewe to Preston route, I have not driven on that yet, at all. All I've done is ridden as a passenger, because I got taught by one of the developers of the game that to reduce stuttering, you do at least a return journey as a passenger. It gives your system chance to process the shaders for the route. With games, shaders are basically all the detail aspects. They go into a cache, and then your system accesses that when you're playing a particular game, and in this case a particular route. I've done passenger run southbound once, northbound twice. The second northbound run ran far smoother than the first one did. Still stuttering because it has got a lot of detail, and I only got the route, but it was my first ever day one release, or day one buy. I basically got it on Thursday. As soon as it went live on Steam, I bought it. I've never done that before. Why am I slowing down so much? It's weird. I thought I was powered up enough to keep going at speed. Yeah, we're 5.8 miles from Milton Keynes, and we'll have to slow down a fair bit earlier with this than we would with a modern train, but not done too badly. 40 minutes from when I started the journey. So that's not too bad. Yeah, I've been doing the stream for just under 50 minutes, but I am getting towards Milton Keynes a lot quicker than I expected. Just shows that the one stated claim when HS2 was first announced, the one that they kept pushing despite not being the main reason, it's not accurate. For those of us on the Trent Valley line, going to Birmingham to save 20 minutes on a journey to London, it takes more than 20 minutes to get to Birmingham. For us, it's 45 minutes to Milton Keynes, and then, oh, this is Bletchley, then it's another 50 minutes. Oh, double yellows. Let's run the power down. 3 miles. So we'll now just use gravity until we're about 1.5 miles when we start applying the brakes. But yeah, can get to London in 1.5 hours. Between 1.5 hours and 2 hours, depending on services. The earliest trains get there a bit quicker. Let's switch that off, that'll run down the traction motor a lot quicker. We've got a 75 in a mile, so we do a bit of braking. We'll probably have a red outside of Milton Keynes. Doesn't look like it because we've got the feathers to go across to the line to our right. Route indicator feathers. At this junction. We are nearly at Milton Keynes. More braking. I want to be going a lot slower by the time I get to the platform. Which is just here. Okay, we can release the brakes. And just coast the last bit. There's a 350 in southbound platform that we're going to go next to. Did that in 45 minutes. Effectively is an express, but the wait for that. The service for the 350s along the Trent Valley from Crewe, they call it Stafford, Rugeley Trent Valley, Lichfield, Tamworth, Atherstone, Nuneaton, Rugby, Milton Keynes, London Euston. Come to a stop before the end of the platform. There we go. Objective complete. Now, I will jump out. I'm leaving everything set up because even though I'm route hopping and I'll have to respawn, it's basically that I'm continuing as we go across to where's the stairs? I can never remember. There. Go up onto the bridge. Can't remember where the rooftop point is, because there it is. We will now rooftop Crewe to Milton Keynes. Get started. Full timetable. It just fades out. And we wait until it loads back in. Hopefully, it won't be too long. I have done... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to take the microphone. I have done some driving on the Trent Valley line, which is why there's 3 videos this coming week. All 3 videos this week, or all 3 main videos, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, are Trent Valley line. It is my favourite route. It's my favourite line for mainline, so it would definitely be my favourite route. That screenshot, the one with Class 87 Royal Scot, was done on Preston Carlisle. Ooh, here we are. We are slightly different place. We want to go to that platform. You can see this has been improved. There's the Pendolino that was in the platform. I'm just going to check what time the train that's... When's that? 8, 9... We've got plenty of time. We can go back up here. Respawn in the train we were just driving. Which is... 86. Electric blue. 7 coaches. Loaded. Shut up. I've not reached the maximum memory limit. It plays around like that. I know I've not reached the No, I haven't! It shouldn't be doing that. It should not be telling me that I've reached maximum memory limit. Right. Which way is that heading? I'll have to find a service train I can... Oh, that's a spud. 7:52. Calls at... It's 9 car. I want to see where it's calling. Could just do this. It'll tell me when the next trains are due. 7:52. That's all heading to Euston, Birmingham, Euston, Milton Keynes. Come on, Euston. So it's only these two platforms, because they're all Euston. We've got to wait 3 minutes, then I can take over that service that's just coming in. Okay. At least I hope it'll let me. 6 to 9 car stop. Everything should remain set up. And then I can take over. I'm not happy with that. I wanted to drive the same train, but it wouldn't let me. So we'll switch on to a Class 390. Can I close the door? Yep. Into cab. No driver, so it is one I can drive. Sit down. Yes. At least I know how to drive these. Snow brake. Master key is on. Turn everything on. So vigilance. Driver safety device. AWS. Brake control. Cab lights. HVAC. Nose cone coupler. Train auxiliaries. There's something to be able to turn. Where's the bit that I've turned AWS to normal, but there's also another one for obviously not. There we go, that's AWS on. Right, unlock doors. Make sure the lights are set up. What's that? Intervention reset. Are the headlights still on? Yes, that's okay. That's all I wanted to check. Lock doors. Which are locked. Now we go to rugby. Brake off. Forward. At least we can do 125 miles an hour, which we couldn't do with the Class 86. Unfortunately, my laptop won't let me load in the 86 I was driving. So I've turned on AWS. Oh, so it's the AWS fuse. Where's that? Vigilance came up then. There we go. AWS on. must admit, the cab of 390s, oh, we're in number 49, these 390s are pretty smooth. I've been in one going from Birmingham International to Birmingham, Coventry. Standing in the vestibule because the rest of the train was busy, and it was overloaded. Didn't know modern trains could have wheel spin. Ooh, we're at Wolverton. This is... there it is, off that way. Wolverton Works, let's go. Wait, I didn't press. Wolverton Works is off there. It's at right angles to the railway. It is also where the Royal Train's kept. And that was the Grand Union Canal we just went over. Wolverton Station. Wolverton Works was originally just carriages. It's now used for certain units, as well as the Royal Train, while that's still in existence. Over viaduct. Not a long viaduct, but we're on an embankment now. At this point, the fast lines are on the left-hand side, both up and down. The slow lines are on the right-hand side, both up and down. We've got a yellow up ahead. It's now cleared. So we're following something. Rugby, 27 miles. There's a long distance between Rugby and Milton Keynes, which is crazy to think. There's absolutely no stations in between anymore. I know there used to be, because you can tell, because you get bits like this. This used to be a station, strangely enough. When LNWR first built the line, the section we're on was built in the 1820s, with the Birmingham line, London-Birmingham, oh, we're speeding, being the original main line. In 1846, well, 45, the LNWR decided to put in a bypass line that avoided Birmingham. That line was the Trent Valley line. It took them 2 years to build. From Rugby, instead of turning slightly west and heading towards Coventry, it went north. Basically, that's the Northampton loop. It went... where's Rugby? That's Daventry International Rail Freight Terminal. There's Rugby. There's Rugby Trent Valley Junction. Trent Valley line went up here. Opened in 1847. It's Nuneaton. And there's Atherstone. You can see the wiggle. If that wiggle wasn't there, Atherstone would be a full line speed station. Which it isn't, because of that wiggle. But yeah, the Trent Valley line opened 1847, and became the main route to the north, with the majority of trains going along it, which is why I always call the Birmingham line the Birmingham branch. Yes, it was there first. Yes, it was the original London North Western Mainline. But they basically decided to bypass Birmingham. From Birmingham, you can go around the country. This is Northampton Junction, which, if you've seen Pete Waterman's Making Tracks layout, this junction is featured. It's not 100% accurate, because on Pete Waterman's layout both lines go to the right, whereas, as you can see here, we go to the left for the route to Rugby, avoiding Northampton. Unfortunately, when All Aboard Studios were making the route, while they could have put Northampton in for the sake of space and loading times, frame rates, all that lot, it wasn't put in. The Daventry International Rail Freight Terminal, or DIRFT, is the northern end of the Northampton Loop. And the route's no worse for not having the Northampton Loop. I mean, Northampton Loop, you miss out Watford Gap. I would have been through Watford Junction. Watford Gap, which is where the railway, the M1, the Grand Union Canal, and the A5 all pass through a narrow section of geography that is a mile wide. It is the only place where all four forms of transport, A-class road, canal, motorway, railway, that's not in order of speed. Order of speed, it would be canal, A-class road, motorway, railway. But it's the only place where all four are that close. There's southbound Pendolino. Should see some freight on this, because I have... Oh, we've got a TSR, I didn't realise that. I was slowing down a bit slow for it. I've got temporary speed restrictions turned on, so at least it's not a 40 mile an hour temporary speed restriction. It's a 75 mile an hour one. I won't have the temporary speed restriction at the bridge that got struck week before last, because the route came out just before that happened, and unless All Aboard Studios and Dovetail Games do a update, that one won't be included. If they did, it's a 20 mile an hour speed restriction, which is nasty. We're how far from Rugby? Not too far. 1.4 miles, we've got 120 mile an hour speed. That 807 just jumped in. It wasn't there before. I'm certain of that. Just watching the replay on yeah. Put cab light on. First time I put cab light on in one of these. Interesting. It's just so that you can see. Because, well, without it you can't see. That's one of 3 tunnels on the line. So, not too bad. We'll have to see what trains are in Crewe when we get there to go to Preston. Problem is, I don't think there are many passenger services that go northbound. Vigilance. We're at 120 mile an hour speed restriction, so power handle or power brake controller back to 1. And we're actually tilting. That's a realistic feature for these Pendolinos. The real ones tilt to be able to go fast around curves. And it works in game. Can now go up to 125, which is the maximum we're allowed to do. The line was upgraded in between 1999 and 2004 to enable higher speed running. It was meant to be 140. Has never been 140. Unfortunately. But it's still nice being able to do 125. Which was meant to be the maximum speed the high-speed trains did. Which also ran this line. Prior to privatisation. There's Watford Gap Marina. We're nearly at Watford Gap. We'll see the Watford Gap services, because we run right behind it. Where is it? The M1 is over there now. The canal's just gone under us, I think. Or has it? No, not yet. There's the motorway. So the canal has gone under us. Might go into this view. I can't get my camera. There we go. The canal's somewhere. Wind turbines. I'm actually getting, because I did the run as passenger in either direction before I did any driving, I do get pretty decent frame rates on this, even when recording videos. It means my laptop is not using a lot of data. There's Watford Gap services. So this is Watford Gap. The A5 is just over there. Next speed limit 1.4 miles, 110. So start slowing down. It's a really nice route. I'm not going to lie. It is a nice route. Unfortunately, with how I have the 6.1 miles. With how I have HUD setup, and I have to really squint to see how far away objectives are. Oh, this is the long tunnel with the air vents. You can walk through this, and there are collectibles in this tunnel. I've not done that yet, because I have to do it with my... There's another air vent. There's two, and it's realistic. Turning the instrument lights up. I will eventually get the collectibles. There's 40 of each collectible. From Spudman potatoes, which is quite good. Spudman being Tamworth's baked potato seller, who is nationally famous. He gets queues that can be up to half a mile long. People wanting his spuds. It's just madness. But they are really good quality, so that's why he's liked. There's rugby balls, because for some reason this game that is better than football, that will be contentious. Rugby was invented at a little town known as Rugby, which this route serves. Or rather, the school there. There's little canal boats in... That's the Northampton branch, or Northampton Loop rejoining. 1.9 miles. Double yellow. And we've got a 40 for Rugby Station anyway. The narrowboats are to do with the amount of canals we cross over. We've got the Grand Union, the Oxford, the Ashbury, the Coventry, the Birmingham and Fazeley, and the Trent and Mersey canals. All get crossed over on this route. Oh, we definitely need to apply the brakes. We have a red, so we need to really slow down. I didn't want to put the emergency brake on, but I wouldn't have stopped. I'm still not stopping. I'm going to hit the red. Okay. Just do the... pull into Rugby Station. Stop. Do passengers. We're ever so slightly late because of having to stop because I put the emergency brake on rather than just brake stage 6. Ooh. Aggregate train in platform next to us. That'll have a class 66 on the front. Sound horns so that people aren't against the platform. And bring speed down. We still have a red signal. EWS, or DB Schenker, class 66. Just a little bit further forward, and then we can put the brakes on here. And stop. Half a minute down. Okay, why am I looking down? Unlock doors. Let's just look where we've got to stop. Just to Rugby. Do we get to continue? Next stop after that would be Stafford. Hope so. Let's see. What's it gonna do? I blocked the doors. Yeah, continue. Why have you gone It's just... Now it's just the one train. Oh no, the others are still loaded, that's good. So it's not free roam. I can't do anything, so... Open all the doors a sec, and then relock them. If I stand up a sec and then get back in, will it... Why can't I drive the service? Won't let me drive the service. Let's find another northbound service. This is silly. Oh, shut up. I can't drive you, so I'm gonna run over to... Probably the class 66, might as well. It's a bit different. We're doing multiple types of train. Which I wasn't expecting. That's the way across to get down. Excuse me. Trying to get to the... I shouldn't be hearing the vigilance on the class 66. I mean the class 390, not 66. I can't turn it off because it wouldn't. If I swap to 66, which I know goes north, it goes to Crewe Bassford Hall. Open, climb up. There we go. No longer hearing the alarm. Can I take a... Yes. Cargo fan A and B sidings to Peak Forest Cemex. So, yeah, we're going all the way. Where is... I just put the handle in there. That is day running. Don't need tail light. Instrument lights on. Cab lights stay off at the moment until we get towards Shugborough. Somewhere there is... I know that they're isolated at the moment. I need to go to the panel. One of these. AWS on. I want to get everything switched on because... Which one's that? Doesn't... Okay, we've got the AWS. Anything in this one? Parking brake, heaters, generator. Okay. We're not riding as the second man, we're riding as driver. That'll be going via Birmingham then, if I can't drive it. So, where's the... That's done. We still got a red light. Bye bye train that I was driving, but I can't drive anymore. Slow speed control I don't need. Emergency brake. Sand I don't need. We've got a green signal. Release. Please, where's that? Insulated switch. Engine on. Generator on. That on. Where's the cut-in then? Direct brake. AWS. Window. It's to do with the brakes, but I don't know where the cut-in is. It's not up there, because that's all to do with lights. It's not in there. Train stop. Those are emergency things. That's the OTMR. DSD's still isolated. Where's the brake cut in? Should be. Around this bit. Instrument light dimmer, put it up full. Windscreen wiper. Hot plate, don't need hot plate. Parking brake. I'm sure one of these does what I need it to do. I'm going to be late getting going because I can't find the things I need. Parking brake, Mr. About this side. Driver safety device. Fresh air. Windscreen. Hot plate. Where's the brake cut-in then? Never had that before. EM2000. Is that? Use information, brake timing, brake cut out. Cut in. That's silly. There we go. Now all I want to do is work out how to turn DSD on. Still hasn't put DSD on doing that. Oh well, we can now release the brakes. And wait for the brakes to drop. I don't know the hotkey or keyboard keys to do. Open that window. Don't know keyboard keys to turn driver safety device on. Somewhere in there. That on. Main menu. Crewe? No. Slow speed? No. DSD. Isolated. That's what I'm trying to turn on. If you move, I can have a look. Where's my mouse? That's GSRM. Which? Normal. There we go. DSD is now on. There we go. I've no longer got a red light up there. Knew it was in there somewhere, I just couldn't find it. That was a bit weird. Okay. We stop. $40 miles, so Stafford at the moment. Which I think will be another change of trains. We are limited to 60 miles an hour. With a freight. I've just thought, I'm going to go to the other end. And make sure the light is... well, it's on, so that's good. We've got empty aggregates as we head to... oh, we do go into Basford Hall, so that's okay. From Basford Hall we can get into Crewe via a quick location hop. Or we could just walk. It's not that far. It's the big yard, just to the south of Crewe Station. and Locomotion Services Limited's main workshops and sheds. We get to go all the way over the Trent Valley line. We are on what is at the moment slow line. Fast line, I think, are on that side. Slow line's this side. It changes over pretty soon to be slow lines on the outside, fast lines on the inside, which is Attleborough Junction. Currently the fast line is there, I believe, because we don't have a crossover. So the slow line is... it's weird, this bit. Slow line being the middle. It's a nice route. This bit just confuses me. We will be going onto a 3-track section pretty soon, which is where the down line, the 2 down lines, the fast and slow, become one, which becomes a down line. There's still 2 up lines, which are the ones on our right. It's on the 3-track section where the bridge that got struck just over a week ago is. And, well, that is about a mile south of Attleborough Junction, where the slow line diverges to the left slightly. Comes off the down fast and slow and goes to the left hand side of the down fast. We are on the down slow at the moment and we're going a bit quick, so we need to just coast. Here's the end of the down fast. Which we will be merging with the down fast just up here. The AWS magnet doing a sounding is because normally this would be a 100-mile-an-hour line. There's the up fast in use. Yeah, this would be a 100-mile-an-hour line along here, and speed limit goes down to 75 because of the junction. We're not going anywhere near that. Just going to bring speed down a little bit, like that, so that I'm below 60. And then, here we go, fast joins onto the slow, and now we've just got a down line, while there's still an up fast and an up slow. The up fast being the middle line. We go past Bulkington and Attleborough. Bulkington used to have a station. I genuinely don't know where that was. That's the Grand Union Canal again. The canal we crossed over just as we came onto the 3-track section was the Oxford Canal, which leaves the Coventry Canal just before Coventry. So it's a bit weird. It crosses over the Grand Union Canal. Or it joins up to it and then leaves it again. Oh, I'm slowing down too much. We can't go really, really slow because we'll delay Pendolinos and 350s and all the other passenger services heading north. Because they can't go past us on the fast, because that's southbound fast, not northbound. Soon be crossing over where the bridge strike happened. Canal's just down there. The Grand Union Canal does move away from us before then. We should see the station building at Bulkington before we get to the location of the bridge strike, because that's one of 3 original station buildings still standing. Unfortunately, only one of the stations with the old station buildings standing still has passenger services. That being Atherstone, even though the station building is no longer used by the railway. It is a vet's. Bulkington and Colwich were the other the other two even. I've not yet seen the remains of Bulkington Station in this game because I've been concentrating on driving or being a passenger previously. We'll go into this camera because we can see more. And also work out when we're getting to the bridge that's now got, or at the moment has, a 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction. That looks like Bulkington. So that bit the road went down to was Bulkington Station. And there's the platform. So yeah. Nearly at the bridge. There's M6. So that wasn't Bulkington. Bulkington is on the Nuneaton side of the M6. Or M69, maybe there. I'm not sure. It's a nice... oh, still slowing down. A bit more power then. It's a nice stretch of line. It's quite a long, straight section. And when you're riding as a passenger in it, passenger trains along here can do 110 for the 350s or anything on the slow, and 125 for the Pendolinos. So it's quite a quick bit of line. That's Bulkington. Yeah, that's Bulkington. Been there a few times for training at work. There's the sports centre, or the community centre, does training courses for the things I need for my job. Okay, we've got a yellow, which will be for... There's Bulkington Station. Used to be in the middle. Station building is there. That little square thing. Okay. We've got a yellow because we're going over Attleborough Junction shortly, which is after the bridge. The now infamous bridge that the skip wagon got wedged under and then backed out. The side that got the concrete beam fell on was that side. There is now a 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction. I need to start slowing because of the next signal after this one will be red. That'll do. Down to 47. A bit lower. This is not the bridge, but the next one is. So there's the farm. Beyond it is an industrial estate. And... ooh, Evero. That's the bridge. The one that got struck. Go back in the cab now. Because we're at Attleborough Junction. Attleborough itself is to our left, I believe. Next signal's yellow, so it's cleared to go on to the slow. Football pitch. And here's Attleborough Junction, which is a network rail access point. Over we go. We now have green to go straight through Nuneaton. Can get a bit more speed up now that we're on the slow line. We'll probably be passed by a few Pendolinos and Everos while doing this. Might even pass a few other freights going south. Something I don't know, because I've not done this service. Or I've done some of it. I just wanted to see how well it would run. Go under a footbridge. We're on the very edge of Nuneaton now. So, throttle back. Soon be at Nuneaton South Junction, which is where the line from Coventry joins from the left, and the line from Leicester joins from the right. And all these trees are where Nuneaton Shed used to be. There's the Hinckley and Leicester line. And there's the Coventry line. It used to actually be a triangle at Nuneaton because of the sheds. Warn any spotters that there's a freight coming through. There's Pendolino heading north. Nuneaton does get a lot of spotters. It's a very, very busy station. I mean, you've got the main bits, and then you've got platforms 6 and 7, which were opened in 2001. And serve the Leicester line, and then this bit that goes up over here goes to Birmingham. And for me to get to Birmingham, that's the fastest route. Quick train down to Nuneaton, which is 6 minutes, and then a train along there through Coleshill Parkway, Water Orton, Birmingham. That bit is for trains from the Leicester direction to head north. We've gone over Ashby Junction. It's just been elongated these days. It's a long junction. That's where Birmingham line, or the Leicester line at this point, joins up. So that usually freight heading from Leicester to the north, or light engine moves from Leicester or the north, the east, go over there. Oh, we're doing 59 miles an hour, which is in the speed limit. There's a couple of other old junctions along here. I think wrong bit. Out there. That was one. Went up to one of the Mansetta quarries. I'm going to have to start slowing shortly for the speed restriction through Atherstone, but I know where that is. There's Mansetta Quarry route. That goes up to Mansetta Quarry. That was standard gauge. And then up there and along here, and then also up alongside that road was a 3-foot gauge line. That's a permanent traveller campsite. Right. Get down to 50 miles an hour for Atherstone, because it's a tight bend either end, because we've got the loop round Mervale Hall. So I'll just apply the brakes a little bit to bring the speed down. I know where I am. This bridge is Mansetta Quarry Lane. Okay, we're below 50 now. That used to be a level crossing, strangely enough. There was also a 3-foot gauge tramway up alongside that, which is why it's Quarry Lane. Went to Oldbury Quarry, I think it was. There's Manchester Footbridge. One of my friends films some special trains from that bridge, and then does them a bridge further up when they're going the other way. I, however, use the station just up here. This is... we're on alongside Margaret Road there, and Westwood Avenue on the left. There is supposed to be a... there it is. That's the recreational area. Okay, we can accelerate a bit now. We are now starting the loop around Merevale Hall, which is not modelled, because it's meant to be up there, on a hill. It's not been modelled. There's... that's Cattle Market car park. And that is now a Tesco local. Here's Atherstone, where most of my real railway videos are done. It has full-size trees there, not bushes. And, well, it's a nice little station. It's an award-winning station, because when it was restored in the 80s, it basically won for best restored station. Unfortunately, it is now a vet, so passengers have bus stop style shelters, which are not very good when it's raining. That is the Birmingham and Paisley Canal. No, not that bit, that's the Coventry Canal there. It joins the Birmingham and Paisley Canal up ahead. In Paisley, strangely. But it's the Coventry Canal. And the Birmingham Paisley Canal and Coventry Canal, so named, or joint name, until Whittington, where the Birmingham Paisley Canal officially ends, and it becomes the Coventry Canal again, until Fradley Junction, where it joins to Trent and Mersey Canal. That was a TSR, but we're going that slow that it doesn't affect us. I've just looked at the time. I've been doing this stream for over 2 hours. So this is now officially my longest live stream, and it's going to keep going until we get to Carlisle. I honestly don't know how long that will be, especially as I wanted to do effectively a rail tour all the way, but I can't because it won't let me. Next station that we just passed through is Polesworth, which is a parliamentary station. It sees one train per weekday. The very first train of the day, heading north, pulls into Polesworth. That one comes from Northampton and goes to Crewe. That's the only train that calls there. There are no southbound trains calling there because the southbound platform was not restored. We're about to go under the road called the B5000, which goes from a little village called Binwall, just to the north of Atherstone, to Tamworth. If I want to cycle to Tamworth, that's the way I go, because it is relatively quiet. It goes through Polesworth, but it's still relatively quiet. Yeah. Polesworth Station, which is after the next couple of bridges. When they restored it in the 2000s, they only ever did the one platform. So there's no southbound train calling at the station. Which is a shame. Because the villagers, if they want to go somewhere, they have to catch a bus to either Atherstone or Tamworth. Here we go. Here's the station. On the right, disused. On the left, open. It's silly. And that red flash was one of the collectibles. A model of the Class 807 in red and yellow boxes. Come on, bit of braking. We're going downhill, so we need a little bit of braking to bring speed slightly down. We're now alongside Pooley Fields Country Park, which is the old Pooley adit of the Amington Colliery. This pond and this one were formed when some of the workings collapsed. The reason that is red is because there's a lot of iron ore in there. It's quite acidic. Next signal's yellow. Oh, it's just gone green. Means there's a 350 in front of me. But we're going slow enough that it'll be able to call into Tamworth, then call into Lichfield without any issue. These buildings are Alcott. The lakes or pools that we've just gone past are known as Alcott pools. So that's what they're named after, the village. B5000 is over that way, going through Glasgow at this point. And down there is the road to Shuttington, which floods, especially where it crosses over the River Anchor. That's an 807. And there's a building just through there. It's a pub. There it is. It's called the Pretty Pigs. When there's heavy rain and flooding, their cellar floods. That's the Shuttington Road. We're now in Amington. This is Moor Lane, so called because it goes through the Warwickshire Moor, even though we're officially in Staffordshire. The Warwickshire Moor is over there, past all these mobile homes. It's a nice, pleasant place. Unfortunately, spoilt by people that think that using scramblers on natural land is a good idea. It's also farmland. Just before this overbridge, where these trees are, used to be a link between the West Coast Mainline Trent Valley line, and the Birmingham and Derby line. One of two. It crossed over the River Anchor on a very grand bridge, which is no longer there. I think we can just about make that out. You can see where the track went, but there's now houses, so it's not as good. This is Tamworth, the town I grew up in. The other link from the Birmingham Derby line, which is this one, went down there and joined. Oh, there's a 350 there. Joined up at the end of the platform. It was removed in early 2000s, remarkably, when the line was upgraded from here to here to Colwich Junction. It was, up until 2004, it was 2-track. It was quadrupled between 2001 and 2004. It's now able to have high-speed trains, the Pendolinos, the IETs, Everos, and things like that on the fast lines in the middle, and freight and local services on the slow. Lichfield Road Industrial Estate. Used to be a fascinating steam-operated railway there. Went from paper mill alongside the River Tame, which the Anchor had joined up with in town, up to and a link with this line. One of the steam engines that ran it is now at Didcot Railway Centre. The little 040 saddle tank Trojan. It's a loco I would like to go and see. When the railway was being upgraded, this bridge had to be expanded, so they put in a temporary level crossing just there. That was fun for a couple of years. That was actually Coton Lane. Goes from Coton in the Elms to the road into Hopworth. And the woods over there, Hopworth Woods, which are actually owned by the Ministry of Defence. Though the Hopworth Scout Group do have permission to do activities in there as long as they're flying a green flag, or no flag. If there's a yellow or a red flag, they're not allowed to go in there, because they do, that's the River Tame, they do shooting exercises in there. So you're not allowed in when the red flags are flying. And I know that because I was in Hopworth Scouts. We used to go into the woods on our Wednesday meetings for the Cubs, Friday meetings for the Scouts. Did quite a few things in there over the years. Going uphill, so I need a bit more power. Our next station we go through, Lichfield Trent Valley, which I featured in videos about the Birmingham Cross City line because it's the eastern end of that route. If I really wanted to, I could stop in Lichfield, route hop onto that, drive to Birmingham New Street, route hop onto Birmingham to Crewe, go up to Crewe, and then route up to 1986 with Crewe to Preston. However, I'm not going to do that. That would just make the video over an hour and a half longer, because I know how long it takes to get to Birmingham New Street. Okay, we've got a yellow. Surprised, unless we are trailing a stopping passenger service. We're now alongside Whittington, where the All Services Defence Medical Service building is. It's where soldiers and airmen and seamen, sailors, go for rehabilitation after being in the QE, Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Selly Oak, Birmingham. Strangely enough, that is alongside the Cross City line, so the Queen Elizabeth, because you go through Selly Oak on it. But the DMS is where they get rehabilitated if they've had severe life-changing injuries. And it is about 1.5 miles that way. The old Whittington Barracks for the Staffordshire Regiment. It's been quite a long time since I've been near there. We'll go into this camera again. This is the route for the link for High Speed 2. It'll be going under the West Coast Mainline there and joining up after Lichfield. Someone said that it'll be joining there at one point, and I went, then why have they built a bridge that goes under the line and under the A38? Which is the next bridge over us. It joins up to this line after a junction being built, though not completed, at Hansacre. Oh, I've got to brake on a bit. From Hansacre, trains that are meant to go on HS2 will join up to the West Coast Mainline to be able to go to Manchester, Blackpool, Glasgow. And the reason for HS2 is not to save 20 minutes off your journey from Birmingham to London. It is to free up capacity on this particular railway. There are not enough paths. There should be stuff. Unfortunately, there's no maintenance away vehicles in game. Otherwise, the sidings here and at Nuneaton would have P-way equipment in them, which they don't, unfortunately. But maybe one day. It'd be interesting if they did, because being able to drive something like a Tampa or ballast blower or anything to do with P-way would be quite fun. It'd all be nighttime work, mostly, unless you're driving the Network Rail new measurement train, the Flying Banana, as it's nicknamed. Though when I hear that, I always think of the Great Western Railway AEC and Swindon built rail cars, because they were known as flying bananas. But it'd be quite interesting if a developer did do something like a ballast tamper or railhead alignment unit, and then you had to do scenarios where you're driving that at slow speed to do ballast tamping, checking rail alignment, ballast cleaning. That's a really long train. It'd add an extra layer. I mean, they've now added the dispatcher mode to Medway Valley Line. I do not have that route yet. Them adding that has made me think I might just get it. Though I'll probably wait until it's on sale. I do want to get the Tees Valley route, because it adds more traffic to both, or all three, Just Trains 1986 set routes. That's Crewe to Preston, Preston to Carlisle, and Blackpool branches. There's a few add-ons I want, but it's just a case of waiting until I can afford them. I'm surprised I've not seen any other freights, because there should be other freights. I mean, I've got the all 5 cargo line add-ons. That's nuclear, military, intermodal, hello Pendolino, oil and aggregates. I haven't seen anything other than the one I'm driving, which is surprising. We're coming up to Rugeley Trent Valley, which is actually the shortest platform on the line. The platform that we're going to go through. It is long enough for 4 Class 350 coaches. That's it. The new 730s, they can't unlock all the doors, because they are slightly longer than the 350s that they're replacing. The last coach on it, because they're 5 coach for Trent Valley route, is just beyond the platform. Whereas in Atherstone, a 5 coach set fits perfectly on both platforms. It's why there's 3 subclasses of Class 730. The 730/0 is 3 car and runs Rugeley Trent Valley to Birmingham New Street. The 730/1 is 4 car and runs the Cross City service, Lichfield Trent Valley to Redditch and Bromsgrove. And the 730/2 does the Trent Valley service, 5 car, or 5 coaches. Right, we're approaching Rugeley, hence the signals. Then after Rugeley, we've got Colwich Junction. Following Colwich Junction, it's the edge of the Shugborough Hall Estate, with Shugborough Tunnel, which was built to appease the owner of the house in the 1840s. And it's the reason construction of the Trent Valley line took longer than you'd expect for a line that's only 40 odd miles. Because they had to dig a tunnel when they could have just put a cutting. Yeah, we're in Rugeley now. We'll soon be joining up with the Walsall line, or the line that goes through Walsall to Birmingham, which is off that way. And then it'll be on to Colwich. Oh no, this is Armitage. We're not at Rugeley yet. That's Armitage. I'm thinking for passenger service, which is faster. That's Armitage, where the bathroom wares company is based. Next signal showing as clear, but it's still yellow. We're doing 58, double yellows. So there is actually a passenger service in front of me. If I'd left on time for... that's the River Trent. If I'd left on time without struggling to get the brake interlock switched over at Rugby, I would be following, or be on single yellows along here rather than double yellows, as I am. Should be Rugeley now, unless I've completely gone location blind. So I didn't see a platform yet, which means we have not gone through Rugeley. There's the River Trent again, after which this line takes its name, even though the majority of it is the Anchor Valley, or the Tame Valley. From Nuneaton to Tamworth it's the Anchor. From Tamworth to midway between Lichfield and Rugeley it's the Tame. South of Nuneaton it's the Grand Union Canal. Yeah, that's the junction with the line to Birmingham. We're at Rugeley. Over the road, and here's the really short platform with should be a 3 coach, yes it is, 3 coach class 350 in it. And now another bit where engineers and on-track plant sit during the day. The next bit is Colwich Junction, which we always get yellows for. whichever direction we're going, we'll always get a yellow. At least we don't have to stop for the junction to be set. The line we're on, and the line we stay on, goes to the left and heads to Stafford. The line that goes to the right heads to Stone on the Stafford to Stoke and Manchester route. We don't use that bit. It's a bit I've never actually been on, because there aren't actually many passenger services that do that. It would be easier to get to Stoke-on-Trent that way, but there aren't the services going up that way. They all call into Stafford, as far as I'm aware. Colwich used to be a station. The station building is still there, so as we come closer, go into this view, because I know exactly which building Colwich Station was. One of the 3 surviving Georgian style buildings. Built in the Victorian area, because it was 1847, but they were Georgian style. I'm actually happy that my laptop is still running reasonably decent frame rate while I'm streaming this. This is roughly where the start of the station was. That's the signal for the junction. You can see how wide the platform was, but the station building was there. That one. And now we go onto the line past Shugborough Hall, home for Lord Snowdon. Ancestral home for Lord Snowdon. Usually, from the train, you can see a couple of follies that were put in during the Victorian era. Those follies are not modelled. One thing that is modelled, and I will temporarily pause recording as we get to it, is the bridge over the driveway to the hall. I'm going to pause it because it is stunning. Just here. This is an amazing bridge. You've got lions guarding it, and down here it's a little bit different to how it's modelled, but the actual bridge itself is spot on. Both sides are amazing. Off that way, not that the camera will go very far, is Shugborough Hall, where Lord Snowdon lives. We're about to go under the rear entrance to the hall, because the hall is about a quarter of a mile that way. That's the car park. It's a brilliant place to visit if you're ever up near Cannock Chase. Cab light on because we're going through Shugborough Tunnel. Cannock Chase is over there, a quarter of a mile over there. Oh, that looks so nice with these lights. Why have I got hazard lights working? I don't know how to turn hazard lights off. So, they'll just keep flashing. That's a bit weird. We've got a short distance before we get to... Oh, that's an 807. Short distance before we get to Stafford. There's part of Cannock Chase. Right, how far? 2.5 miles. We're now onto the slow. I'm not going to be using throttle for a bit, because we'll be stopping just short of Stafford anyway. Either just short or within the platform. On the avoiding, I think it would be. Avoiding line. And that'll probably be a couple of minutes wait, because it doesn't actually say. 9:15. We're late. We are really late. I mean, we're 4 minutes late already. And we've got to stop at the signal. It'll probably clear when we get there, and we'll carry straight on. Can just about see Cannock Chase behind all that. It's a wonderful place to walk. When I was in year 5 or 6 primary school, we did a school visit. Went through the woods on Cannock Chase and came out on a nice little village, which was on the edge of Stafford. At the time I didn't realise that we were that close to Stafford. We had our lunch in the middle of the chase, alongside a little stream where we did some pond dipping, and then we came out on a almost triangular road. It was confusing at the first, the shape of the road. These houses weren't there at the time. I don't know about on the right hand side, but as we came out of the woods, you could see there was a railway. I genuinely did not know what the railway was, because I was between 9 and 11. Oh, Everett. A little village. Was that one? If I remember rightly. Or it could have been just up here. I can remember it distinctly. Coming out of the woods, and there was this really... Okay. I need to put the brakes on. There it is. Those are the modern buildings, but it was a great little place. We had ice cream. Let's just release the brakes and coast to the signal, because we're a bit short. Probably have to wait until the Evero has cleared section and anything in the station is cleared. There it is! Oh no, that's Business Park. I can't remember where the village was. I know it was on the left-hand side. But... and since then, been past a few times with my dad. And I've never actually noticed the name of the village. Which is a bit bad. I just know that you come out of the woods and there's this lovely little area with a railway running across the back. And yes, I did watch the trains for a bit. Because even then, I liked trains. Okay, we'll come to a stop. Bit short. Needs to be less than 12 yards. And then it'll do class me as having done the objective. There we go. 4 yards. Objective complete. Next, Basford Hall. Once we've got a green signal. We're currently on an uphill gradient, so I cannot let the brakes off. Double yellows. Oh, shut up. I'm deliberately doing that so that as soon as the brakes are off, we can start moving. There we go. 3 miles an hour, 4 miles an hour. We've got 40-mile-an-hour speed limit through Stafford Junction South, or Stafford South Junction. It'll be about the same speed through Stafford itself. Maybe a bit slower, so I'll do about 30. And then, once we're done, back up to 60 for the 24 miles to Crewe Basford Hall. We're going to be late. I mean, we were 10 minutes late to the edge of Stafford. Mainly because I'm not running full speed for the freight train, or there's also the fact that I sort of just want to look at that. No, that's not it. That's the junction with the Birmingham branch, as I call it. So it's not the bit I remember. I know it's on the route. I've seen it. I've seen it when I've been running as a passenger. I just can't remember where. I'll probably look for it and do a video. Hello. I'm making you late. Sorry. I'd got signal before you left the station. Oh, it's 40 through this station. That's okay. I don't know how to turn. Hazard lights off. It's weird. I can turn cab lights off now. They on. now they're off. Yeah, hazard lights are on. Does that give me... Somewhere there's something to turn the hazard lights off, because I don't really want them flashing. Demister, tail lights, instrument lights, desk lights, cab lights, day running, hazard lights. Okay. That's better. No longer flashing. That was weird. Why the hazard lights were running, I don't know. Can now get back up to 60 for 22 miles. That's where we've got to stop, so it'll be about 20 miles before we have to bring the speed down. It's 5 miles an hour in Crewe Basford Hall. This bit is also on the Birmingham to Crewe route. It has been upgraded for this route. There are a few subtle improvements, including adding a train spotting point, which I will demonstrate by going into this bit. It is... where is it? Just there. Train spotting. Eames Farm train spotting, which is actually a recognised spotting point. Oh, we're using this. We're not going round the big loop in the junction. Why do I zoom in? We're going straight on slow. I haven't done that yet, so that'll be a first. They've added the spotting point, which you can spawn into on foot. And because it's a spotting point, AI trains sound the horn as they go past. Yes, I have been there and had a look. It's quite interesting. Can't do a lot there, but it's still quite realistic. May do a video where I'm doing spotting there, but I don't know at the moment. There's a few locations on this route where you can go and just watch trains go by. Nuneaton, Tamworth, the spotting point up ahead, Crewe. I mean, I've done videos using the Birmingham to Crewe and done spotting there. There's Stafford. So, it's quite a few places. Crewe, you get services from Northern Rail. If I had it, the Transport for Wales, which would need me to get Cardiff City Network. You get Avanti, you get LNWR, you get West Midlands trains, you get cross country with the Class 220. So Crewe's quite busy. Stafford doesn't get the Northern, but you get the others, as well as freight. Nuneaton, you get cross country, West Midlands trains, freight, Avanti, LNWR. Can't remember any others. Tamworth, you get the Trent Valley services, and you get the Birmingham and Derby services, which is cross-country West Midlands trains, and freight that goes to Kingsbury Oil Depot, so you get the TEA wagons, usually behind a Class 66. Though, sometime soon, a Class 70 is coming in the game. I have to admit, for modern diesels, I do love a Class 70. They look like a modernised Class 58, which have the nickname Bone because of the shape. The Class 70s don't have that nickname. They have a slightly less polite nickname, so I will not repeat it. But they're one that I like, so that's an add-on I'll be getting. It will add traffic to this line, West Coast Mainline South, the Birmingham Cross City, the Birmingham to Crewe, might even be an extra layer onto Birmingham Cross City, so it's another one that I will be getting. I mean, driving a Class 60 or a Class 70 along here on a probably ballast train, because that's what I frequently see them on, would be quite fun, especially if it was loaded. There's the line up to Stoke. It does join the line from... oh, we're speeding. It does join the line from Colwich Junction at Stone, but this bit is the bit that I've been on a few times. I haven't done this bit before, because if I've been going Crewe, the 350s are on the fast here, which is just about to rejoin. The 350s don't use the slow line, because between Stafford and Crewe, there's no other stations. Not anymore. Where's the spotting point? Just up here. There. That's the spotting point. Didn't see the banner until the last second, otherwise I'd have sounded the horn a bit earlier. 18 miles, 16 miles, or 15? 16. 16 miles to Crewe Basford Hall, where this particular service ends. That's a fishing lake. That's an improvement over Birmingham to Crewe. Because before it didn't have the huts. It does now. This used to be a station. I think this was Madeley, something like that. You can see where the platform was. It was on the inside. What was I thinking? Oh yeah. Given that my favourite route is now in game, future routes I'd like to see: Birmingham to Derby, or Birmingham to York via Chesterfield. Use a bit of the East Coast Mainline. Could just do Birmingham to Chesterfield, and that'd be well worth doing. The Rugby to Birmingham, part of the West Coast Mainline. That way, you can go either the Birmingham route or the Trent Valley route, if you want to do this journey in the future. Then there's Carlisle to Glasgow. Do the full length of the West Coast Mainline. Wolverhampton to Shrewsbury. And then the Cambrian coastline as well, including the Aberystwyth line and the Pwllheli line. It's one of my favourite routes. I love going along the Cambrian coastline. The views that side as you're going towards Pwllheli are stunning. Does help that it goes right next to my favourite railway of all time. And my second favourite. And my third favourite. Yeah, I really would like that. But I would also like them to do some narrow gauge steam, which would then include my favourite heritage railway, the Festiniog and Welsh Island. 40 miles, including some very steep gradients on the Welsh Island. Not quite so steep on the Festiniog, but that would be an amazing route. Talyllyn, not as long, but it's a steady gradient up to Abergynolwyn and Nantgwernol. The Vale of Rydal from Aberystwyth to Devil's Bridge, with all three Great Western built prairie tanks. There's a diesel on there as well. But they could also do the Garrett, which is similar, but not quite the same, to the ones on the Welsh Island. Because the Garrett on the Vale of Rydal is a NG13, whereas the Welsh Highland are NG16s. Welsh Highland's now got an NG15, which is a 282 tender loco, which would be interesting in the game. Festiniog, you've got the England engines, small and large, the double fairlies, which there are 3 working and 2 retired, 1 that might come back. There's the single fairlie Taliesin. There's the ex-Penryn Quarry ladies, Linda and Blanche. There's a lot of locos that could be done on it. One line I don't think will ever appear is the Snowdon Mountain Railway, because I don't think the physics will allow a mountain or rack railway to be included. Definitely couldn't be done in Microsoft Train Sim days. It just cried. They're going up quite a steep gradient here for freight. Other lines that could be included: London to Norfolk, both the Ipswich and Norwich, and then up to Cromer and Sheringham. East Coast Mainline, King's Cross to Peterborough, and then I can't remember the northern section of the East Coast Mainline that's included. But from there to York, and then York to Edinburgh. More of the Midland Main Line, So Leicester to London. London St Pancras. I mean, they've already got St Pancras modelled, though it would probably be updated. Then there's the Birmingham to Leicester line through Nuneaton, so that could be modelled. Leamington Spa to Nuneaton, the Elephant and Bear line. Then there's... oh, hello 350, going twice my speed. Then there's the Chiltern line, Birmingham Snow Hill to London Marylebone. That would make an interesting route. It's been done on Train Sim Classic, so that would be feasible. Be interesting if they could do some tram routes. Blackpool Tramway, Sheffield, Manchester, Birmingham. How far have I got? 9.5 miles. Somehow, I don't think I'll make it at 9:50. And as I said, once I've done this, we'll get to Crewe station and use the magic of a virtual TARDIS, or DeLorean, or American style phone booth, or Klingon bird of prey, or the H.G. Wells time machine, and travel back in time 40 years and 4 days to be in Crewe. Well, that should be the 21st of June, but to be in Crewe on the 21st of June 1986. It's taken 2 hours 43 minutes game time so far. That's using 3 different trains. First off was the Class 86/4 in electric blue, which I did try to spawn in on this route, but it wouldn't let me. And then it was Pendolino between Rugby and Stafford before it kicked me out, which was annoying. Obviously that was going to the north via Birmingham, which is not yet modelled. So I crossed over and jumped into this. We've still got another 2 trains to drive. I did say this would be a long stream. Possibility of it being up to 6 hours long. Though I do think when we route hop into Crewe, the train waiting in the nearest platform, heading north, is a parcels train. That is non-stop between Crewe and Preston, going via Warrington Bank Quay and Wigan Northwestern, plus all the little stations in between, and near Fiddler's Ferry Power Station, which at the time was coal-fired. It's one of the services you can do on that line is merry-go-round train, which I will be doing scenarios on in the coming weeks, as there's 5 scenarios on that one, 7 scenarios on this route, of which I have actually done 3. I've not done any on Crewe Preston yet. I mean, all I've done on that so far is be a passenger. So, this will be my first drive along it. Trying to bring my speed down gently, because I'm speeding, going downhill. Come on, bit more braking. Don't want to be speeding too much, even though I've only got 3 minutes to get into Crewe Basford Hall. We are 3.4 miles away. 5.4 miles away. Yeah, I'm not going to get there that early. Okay, I can release the brakes again. Like so. Must admit, it does feel like the real thing here. There are compromises, as with any game, but they're not game-breaking compromises. I'll be doing a video showing the differences at Atherstone, but they're not so erroneous that they destroy the immersion. They're just things that help either players see things or help with frame rates. Though there is one thing missing that is sort of safety related, so that I will be pointing out. I have taken some photos to overlay on the video when I do that video, so you get some real world photos of the real station. Won't be this week, because I've already done the 3 videos for this week, which, as I said earlier on in the stream, are all on the Trent Valley line, but are not um, 2.1 miles. They're all on the Trent Valley line, but they aren't I'm trying to think. They're all different. First one is basically exploring the route using the station hop feature, which works until I get to Atherstone, and then I board a train to get to Tamworth, because I wanted to recreate what I do in real life. I catch trains to Tamworth. And, well, I noticed the guard panel, so I opened it. That was a bit of a mistake. I couldn't get off at Tamworth or Lichfield or Rugeley, or Stafford, because it turned guard mode on. So I sort of had to do guard mode. So I couldn't exactly explore the stations as I had intended. Didn't matter. I still got to go to the stations, and it makes the video a little bit different. Then I did a couple of scenarios where I'm driving, first of all, an 807 northbound with information about the line being presented, which was very informative. But as that was not a very long video, or very long scenario, I also did the 7th scenario included, which is dispatcher mode, not conductor mode, dispatcher mode at Rugby, which was really good. Let the brakes off. I was slowing down because the signal was red and it's now cleared. There is a slow speed in Crewe Bastard Hall. That is so hard to say. One thing that is wrong, there is not graffiti under every single bridge on the line. It's something that I've noticed on virtually every route. There's graffiti where there isn't any in real life. So I know it adds a bit more colour. It's just not completely accurate. Right. Cut throttle. There's another northbound Pendolino. There's a lot more services on the West Coast Mainline now than there was 40 years ago. That will be demonstrated when we get to the Preston to Carlisle, or Crewe to Preston route. I was speeding as I came in. Didn't realise it was 15 and it goes down to 10. So now we have slow speed. Where's the slow speed control? There we go. It's just knocked me points for driving significantly over speed limit, yet I'm half the speed limit because I've turned the slow speed control on. That's a bit annoying. As I was saying, once we have stopped and finished this service, we will go to Crewe station, fast travel there I think, and then find the route hop, which is on platforms 1 and 6, southbound bay on the eastern side of the station. And we will travel back in time. 40 years. To go from Crewe all the way to Preston. Preston, like Crewe, has 3 routes serving it now. Crewe has this route. Oh, Crewe's actually got 4. You've got this route, you've got the Birmingham to Crewe route, you've got the Preston to Crewe route, and you've also got Spirit of Steam. Spirit of Steam goes to Liverpool. We're not going to Liverpool. We're going all the way up to Carlisle. That's still another 80 miles, I think. So we're doing over 250 miles on this stream. It is the longest possible journey, continuous, in a way. We no longer get AWS magnets because we're in the yard. AWS magnets are on the main line, which is beyond the head bushes over there. There's no other no trains in the yard. Oh, there is. There's a few. It's weird though. Doesn't feel as populated as you'd expect. Oh, there's a collectible. Those wheels, wagon wheels or stock wheels, they appear as broken. And you fix them, but they are to do with Wolverton Works, where train sets are repaired. So you basically have to fix them. There's another load of these wagons. I'm surprised there's no intermodals. Let's bring speed down a little bit. We're coming to the stop point. Obviously we don't get to take the train fully into the yard. Let's go on to there a sec. There's intermodals. What are those? I'll switch on to camera 8. I can look better. Ooh, proper aggregates. Those are HOAs, whereas the ones we've got are JNA, hand applied. Move the camera down here. This is the first time I've gone into this camera mode. There's a DB class 68 there. 66. 68s are the new nice looking ones, rather than the sheds. We have to stop here. So we'll just watch our train arrive. That's one of the cargo line wagons. It's new. New for me, I should say. Can I put a... No, can't put a rear light on. Put the camera here, watch my train arrive. really slowly. Really, really slowly. Because it's only doing 4 miles an hour. And then we will fast travel to Crewe station. Just need a little bit of throttle because I was slowing down. There we go. Bring my train in nice and carefully. Fast travel to Crewe. And then route hop and travel in time to go to Preston. That's surprising. There was a come to a stop like so, and that is that bit done. Okay, a little bit of speeding, I don't mind. I'm not worried about things like that. Return to free roam. Go into the cab. Someone else can take over. I will turn DSD off, otherwise it will make sounds. And now, through the magic of fast travel, we'll go up into the entrance to Crewe. And then we'll go down to platform 1 and 2, I think it is, or 1 and 4. Something like that. The ones that are closest to, or the ones that the Northern Rail Service call into. Once we're down there, we get to the route hop marker, which brings up an option of 3. Here's the entrance, rail replacement service to Shrewsbury. We're not going to Shrewsbury. Wish there was a route going to Shrewsbury, but it's not available. There's Heritage Centre. There's a training section, but we're not catching it. We are going down next bit. That red box is one of the collectibles, which I've already done, which is a Model 807. Yes, I know exactly which... Wait, stand up. I know exactly which company it's meant to be, but they can't do it for branding reasons. And I'm not sponsored by anyone, so I will not give free advertising. There's Trent Valley train. They always use that bay. Here's the route hop marker. So, we are going to... Why is it... Why is that locked? I've got it! I've got the route. I'm going to have to just... I was hoping... What time is it before I leave? I want to get there, do the same time. 10:03. Right. Frozen. It's nice of it. Right. Main menu. That was annoying. I own the route. So why have you... Yeah. I didn't want to have to come out into the menu. Sorry about this, I'm just having a drink. Strangely enough, throat gets sore when you're talking a lot. Right. Choose a route. West Coast Mainline, Crewe to Preston. Timetable. On foot. I don't want Crewe Basketball. We want Crewe. 10 o'clock. It's close enough. We want clear weather still. And it is 40 years ago. June 1986. When I was 4. That's scary. Really scary. The fact that I can remember some things from when I was that age. And I can remember trains being in the colours that this shows. Once we have loaded back in, it'll load us in the entranceway again, because that's the spawn point. We'll go down to one of the 2 northbound platforms and find a northbound train. I believe there should be a parcels train in one of the platforms. If there is, we'll get on and drive it. Because I honestly don't think there is many northbound passenger services. Here we are. You can hear a Class 47. They're really noisy. We will run through here. There's no ticket barriers. There's even a buffet on the station, which is no longer there. Is there a train in? No. I was expecting there to be a train. Okay, there's not even one over there. So, I know the passenger information system works. If I can find one of them. No, we don't want that one. I was listening to the announcer. Passenger information system. There's a train there. But which way is it facing? Let's look on the map. That's facing south. Let's have a look. That one, Holyhead, Euston, Edinburgh, not drivable. Stoke, no. That one, Liverpool Lime Street, 10:58. This is annoying. That's an hour. I'm not waiting around for an hour. I'm wondering if it will let me spawn in a a train now, though? If it does... Let's go... I could have done it on the other platform, but... I'm gonna... run up here. This is something I do want to point out. The modern Crewe line routes have the wrong buffers here. These two are how the real thing is. Hydraulic buffers. It is exactly like that, even now. This was set 40 years ago. The let me spawn it. Yes! Thank you. Right. Can I jump on? Yes. Let me do it in here. The modern routes don't have the correct buffers there. They've just got friction buffers. Just making sure everything else is set up. I can do the headlights by keyboard control. We will now drive an appropriate loco from here to Preston. Headlights on. There's no significant tunnels between here and Preston. Set path. There's Crewe Works. No longer like that, but that's Crewe Locomotive Works. That's the way to Liverpool. That is Fiddler's Ferry Power Station and Warrington Bank Quay. We go up there. That's Wigan, Northwestern, Wigan Wallgate, which we don't go to, and there's Preston with the Blackpool line, the Manchester line, or no, that's the way to the Setland Carlisle, which is another route I'd love. We are going to go to platform 3. Right. Master key on. Open the doors for a second. Brake. Down to running. Close the doors. Open the window, because we want to hear the sound of this. Just lean out to make sure the doors are shut. Yep. As we leave platform 6, we're on to the fast. And just make sure the brakes are completely off. Notch up. And head to Preston. Some 47 miles away. Maximum line speed 110. Maximum speed these go 100 miles an hour. So it's another half an hour or so to get to Preston. There's 47/3, I think, there, which we can just hear idling. There is a lot of detail on this route, so if I get stuttering, please understand, it is not because my system can't cope. It's because I'm doing streaming as well as playing one of the most detailed routes. We're just leaving Crewe. I could have done a freight, which would have gone via the avoiding line and the tunnel. But I wanted my special train back, because I like the particular loco that I'm driving. This is the loco E3195 or 86426. It's a celebrity. And this is the first time I've driven a train on this route. So let's increase power and we can get up to 80 miles an hour. Nowadays, that area is the Crewe Heritage Centre with an APT production. The very first tilting trains in the world, which were a failure, unfortunately, but there is an APT in there. Beyond that is Crewe Works, which is modelled in this game, and you can explore it. I will do a video exploring around Crewe, as well as exploring Preston, because it's been slightly altered since both Blackpool branches and West Coast Mainline over Shap, or Preston to Carlisle, came out. That's the advantage of the same developer doing it. They can improve on their own work. The last time I drove a train over this section of track, it was using the Spirit of Steam route, which is set in the 1950s. So it's non-electrified, and it deviates at the junction just north of Hatfield to go to Leicester. I wanted to do a longer run. Yes, it would have been fun going back in time to the 50s and doing a steam run, but there's a cemetery. And yes, it is a cemetery because there's no church next to it. I decided, what better way to celebrate having 500 subscribers than to do the longest possible journey on Train Sim World. The fact that you can now go from London Euston to Carlisle, which is on the Scottish border, without missing any part of the route is amazing. There's Class 47 light engine. That'll be going to Crewe diesel motive depot. It is amazing that you can do it. Yes, I know it's stuttering. as I have said, I am asking a lot of my laptop. It's the first time I've driven on the route, and I'm also streaming, so it's using resources which it wouldn't be using. Ooh. Interesting wagons. They look like they're coal wagons, but not MGR type. We are likely to see a merry-go-round train, because there's two collieries that serve the Fiddler's Ferry power station. Can't remember the names of the collieries, but you can actually operate the MGR trains. They are either Class 20s hauling them, or Class 47s. I will be doing video driving the Class 20s on merry-go-round services, because it looks like something that would be interesting. Driving double-headed Class 20s, which I think are top and tail, because of how they have to get out of the collieries, then going to Fiddler's Ferry, going round the balloon loop, and dropping the coal in the coal drop, and then going back to whichever colliery, reloading and going back. That's all they ever do, or did. They don't do it anymore. There's no coal-fired power stations still in operation. And 1986 was just before the classes 56 and 58 were introduced, which became the mainstay of merry-go-round services from, I think, 88 onwards. I mean, the Baddesley Colliery, Kingsbury line, Kingsbury branch, any merry-go-round trains that were leaving that were Class 58s rather than Class 56s, and those would go to places like Drakelow, Rugeley, there's a power station near Derby as well. That the cooling towers are still there, but the power station's long gone. Not far from village of Repton. So merry-go-round trains were frequently seen on several lines, and nowadays you get, for freight, you get intermodal, aggregates, oil, LPG, military, nuclear flask wagons for up to Sellafield in places like Dungeness, that's actually a layer on this. You can do nuclear. Same with the Preston to Carlisle section. You can do nuclear on it. The nuclear on that's using class 47s. I think it's the same on this. Then can't remember what other freight services operate on the West Coast Mainline these days. Ooh, we're doing 70. Trying to work out where we've just gone over a canal. I really don't know this route very well yet. I do know that when we get to Warrington Bank Quay, we cross over a viaduct. Quite a long viaduct. Under that viaduct is the Manchester Ship Canal. Manchester Ship Canal used to have a railway running alongside it. By the time this route's set, the railway was no longer used. So it's not modelled. But Warrington Bank Quay is a mile at most from Fiddler's Ferry. Here's one of the stations that's used, it's on Spirit of Steam. We haven't gone through that junction just yet. As I said, it's been a while since I've played Spirit of Steam. Last time I played it, I drove a class 47 along it, which was sort of out of period because class 47s weren't introduced at the point that Spirit of Steam set. But I just felt like doing that. What's that? What's that? Oh no, it's a... Where's the junction? No. There. That's the junction to Liverpool. So we'll be there pretty soon. We carry straight on. Services to Liverpool diverge to the left. As I said, I could have done that, but that would not have included using this route. And as could be seen at Crewe, you can't route hop onto Spirit of Steam, which is somewhat annoying. You can route hop from Spirit of Steam to other routes, but not to it. I don't get it, why you can't route hop onto it, but oh well. I've nearly been doing this for 4 hours. That is definitely the longest I've ever done a stream for. Not the longest video. The longest video recording is 4 hours 20 minutes, which was southbound Freightliner service from Carlisle to Preston, being looped I took a lot of screenshots, so the video took a lot longer. That's the first attempt at doing that, where I sort of made a mistake and passed a signal at danger and didn't realise I could sort of reload previous checkpoint. However, I now know, so I don't get that. We will be getting to Preston in 35 miles. So, not too far, really. These routes, by just trains, are shorter than the All Aboard Studios routes, but they have so much more detail. There's more ambient detail, which is why I get the stuttering. But the Trent Valley line by All Aboard Studios still feels like the real thing. There are compromises, as with any game, but it's nothing to be stressing about. Last station of the West Coast Mainline included on Spirit of Steam. We're nearly at the junction for the line to Liverpool, which we're not going to. We're going straight on via Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan North Western, and then Preston, where we hop to Preston to Carlisle and get to go over Shap. Highest point on a UK mainline railway. And here's Manchester Ship Canal, I think. Yeah, I think so. That's Apsey Viaduct, if I remember rightly. So we're nearly at Warrington. Or is that, or is this that weird junction? I can't remember. Problem with only having ridden as a passenger on this line so far, I can't identify places yet. This is the junction for Liverpool. The line on our left goes off, the Liverpool up line crosses over us. Now we are on a bit of line I have not driven on ever. Right. The one tunnel. Cab light on. Really long tunnel. Not. Doesn't even affect cab lighting. But that is the only tunnel on the line. think we'll be coming up to the northern part of that junction any second. Go under motorway, which isn't a tunnel, or not a proper tunnel, it's just an overbridge that's longer. And need to run up the thing again. Once we are through here, there's the northern part of the branch from Liverpool. I don't know why I'm calling it a branch, it's still a main line, but there it is. It crosses over us and joins up a bit further on. It's a weird junction, but it's over there. It's the first time I've been in the cab all the way, because when I'm doing the run as a passenger, I use what's known as the orbit camera, which on PC keyboard is number 3. It means that you see more scenery and the shaders for the more area get processed, or for a bigger area get processed, rather than just what you're looking at. If I hadn't done that, this would be like a slideshow, rather than reasonably fluid. Where's the other line? Should have joined up by now, I thought. There's Warrington. That's the Manchester Ship Canal. We're about to go over it. It's this viaduct, because those are Manchester Ship Canal stuff. Here we go. The other line's now joined up. Over the steel girder bridge and over the Manchester Ship Canal, which, as I said, used to have a railway running alongside it, which I think it was the 70s when it closed. So, the station we're about to go through is Warrington Bank Quay. Off that way, let's go into head-out view. Should be able to see Fiddler's Ferry Power Station somewhere. Where's that? Oh no. Yeah. I've had this before. I need to force it to... Fiddler's Ferry is over there in the distance, so that's loading, but the local scenery isn't. I don't know if I can force this to work. Let's move down to the back of the train, so I just realised what I forgot to check. We've got it. Yeah, I haven't got a rear light. Oh, that's a white bardic, not a... Turn it off. Has that reloaded? No. This is a bit annoying. This shows that my laptop is running under stress at the moment. Is there any way of forcing it? It's currently locked up, but if I do this for a few seconds, there's... That's Preston. No. That's Wigan Northgate. We've gone through Warrington. I'm deliberately staying in this at the moment for the game to force load scenery. For the simple fact, if I don't, that's the Ormskirk line, if I don't, it won't look very good when we get to Preston. There we go! Force loading. It's the only way I could think of doing it. It's because Warrington Bank Quay, it's going again. Warrington Bank Quay has a lot of detail. I'm going to stay like this for a couple of minutes to try and do a force load again. Otherwise, I may have to go out to main menu and just load straight into the Preston to Carlisle route and miss out the last 10 miles of this. I wasn't expecting it to do this, but it just shows how much stress it's putting my laptop under. We've got some of the scenery. There's a power station. It's not Fiddler's Ferry, because that's near Warrington. I'm not going to be able to get this done. We've got 23 miles. I'm gonna... Oh, has it forced it? Please? Some scenery is loading in, but track's back. Now that we're out of Warrington proper, it's sort of forced the scenery to reload. Unfortunately, when we get to Wigan, which is where those buildings are, it'll do it again. Which it already is. I'm going to have to just... It'll be... $11 o'clock by the time this would get to Preston. So the only thing I can do, because it just will not load in properly. Sorry about this. I was hoping that I wouldn't get things like this. So go out to the main menu when it works. Come on. Main menu. Didn't want to do this. I wanted to try and drive all the way. But it's just not coping. So we'll jump on to Preston to Carlisle, which I know my laptop will run. I may try something first, though. Once we get into main menu. It took its time to realise that I wanted to go into the main menu, which is slightly annoying. Hopefully if I reduce graphics settings slightly, I know it will make the route look slightly less pretty, but it might be the only way of getting to Carlisle without the textures and scenery deciding it doesn't want to load. I should probably have done that before loading into Preston to Carlisle, to Crewe to Preston. It might have helped, but I was sort of hoping my system would cope. Obviously, it hasn't. Right. First off, settings. Advanced. No, I want screen. Graphics down to high. That should give me, where is it? There. I want, ooh, let's have the military. We start at Preston and we want 11 o'clock. Because that's the nearest time to what it would have been. Custom weather. And load in. Turning the detail settings down by 1 notch should, in theory, prevent the scenery loading issue I just had. I am sorry about what just happened. It really does show how much strain the Preston to Crewe, or Crewe to Preston route puts on a system. There is a lot of detail, and it was the first time I'd driven a train on it. I'd been a passenger, and I'd been second man. I had not driven it, so I didn't realise that it would do that. Unfortunately, I'm not able to reload where I was, because it would just probably still do the same. So we'll do Preston to Carlisle, find a train that's heading north. Unfortunately, we can't see the differences between the two stations. We're looking for one that's going towards Edinburgh, 11 o'clock, platform 3. Where's platform 3? Is this platform 3? Yes. Right, we want to be at the front. It'll be an 87, but it's going the right... Oh, it's an 86. Oh, good. It is the right kind of loco. Just not in the same livery. Right, I'm just getting everything set up. I will put AWS on. Oh, yeah. Oh. Zoom out. I'm going to put the AWS on, because it's never put on by AI. Why am I zoomed in? I'm not meant to be zoomed in. Might as well open that. Open that door. Sit down. Silence the alarm. Close the doors. Release the brakes. We go to Lancaster, which is 21 miles away. About 35-mile-an-hour limit until we've left Preston. Come on. Why am I not going? That's in forward. We're going backwards. Why are we going backwards? Everything should be switched on. That's cab light. Let's put the loco brake on before we release that. That'll hold while we sort out why that is not running up. Is the pantograph up? Yes. So why am I not able to get power? That's correct. That's correct. Maybe open the door? I'm gonna do a reset on... where is it? Help? No. Where's that gone? Ah, there we go. Reset simulation physics. Try again. That will have reset those two. Yep. Click. What are you doing, laptop? One. Two. Right. Key is on. Train brake. Or loco brake first. Then train brake. Put that in forward. Check if my headlights are on. No, they're not. They are now. Notch up. And... Will you stop? What's going on with my laptop all of a sudden? Stop it! There. We're moving. Something's up with my laptop. It's resetting mouse to... what it shouldn't be. Which is slightly annoying. There we go. Leave Preston. And head to Carlisle. We're going to be late because that just messed up. I have no idea why it did that. Now we use a bit line that I have driven along. So I know my laptop should cope. Because I've done videos on this line. We go first of all to Lancaster, then it'll be Oxenholme, Penrith, Carlisle. How long does it say to get to Carlisle? An hour. That's not too bad. An hour and 20 minutes from now. Okay, we can use more power. The one disadvantage with this route, which don't have on others, when we get to a neutral section, it will cut power. Because I don't know where all the neutral sections are. So we'll get quite a few power bits where the power gets wound completely down. And then I'll have to wait for it to go to 0 and then wind it back up. Not too worried about that, but it'll just possibly annoy me at times. There we go, we can now really pick up speed. Soon be at a bit where we can do 100, which is why I'm accelerating quickly. And then Lancaster is 20 odd miles away. This isn't as long a route as Trent Valley, and well, it's mostly twin track. we stop at 3 stations between Preston and Carlisle. Lancaster, Oxenholme, Penrith, and then we're at Carlisle. We go over Shap. There's no tunnels, so I don't need to worry about cab light. And this time, I'm in an intercity liveried Class 86, rather than the electric blue that I was driving, which I was enjoying driving. I've just realised, on my laptop, the control desk is a nice royal blue. Looking on the playback on my iPad, it's teal. Not the same colour. I hadn't noticed that before, which is a bit weird. I am estimating this stream will run till about 8:30, given how long, or just after 8:30, maybe 20 to 9, quarter to 9ish, given how long it will take to get to Carlisle. So my estimate at the start of nearly 6 hours is about right. I'm glad I didn't start it when I was going to, originally, which was 5 o'clock. I have work tomorrow. I don't want to be going to bed after 11 o'clock at night. So, yeah. I think before the next recording video, which will be probably on the Crewe to Preston route, I will switch the heads-up display back to the normal one, because I am struggling to make out the distance marker for where I've got to stop. I can see the hand, but I can barely see the numbers above it. My vision is not quite good enough to work it out. I have to move my head quite close. I think that is 15 miles. Okay, I thought it was 16. It's only because I can see the top's flat. Maybe if I clean my glasses it'll help. Yeah, that's 15. I can see it now because it's against a dark background. When it's against white, as in the sky, it's not visible. Ooh, I'm speeding. There we go, that should stop me going too fast. I don't mind speeding too much. I'm not really doing this to earn awards. I'm just doing this for as a way of showing off, in a way. I mean, it's been 19.5 years since I set up this channel, and now I've reached 500 subscribers. This is my way of celebrating, and my way of saying thank you. Yes, it's quite taxing on my laptop to do this, and it was struggling on the Crewe to Preston route, which is why we jumped from just north of Warrington Bank Quay to Preston, because my laptop just couldn't cope. If it had done it, it would be closer to 9 o'clock by the time the stream finished. Ooh, canal there. But I'm having an enjoyable time doing this. I hope people are enjoying watching it. I know people have been... Ooh, pacer. I know people have been popping in and out. It is a long stream. I mean, it'll be nearly 6 hours by the time I'm done. And I've been trying to talk throughout, apart from when I've been sipping at drinks. So, for people who have managed to stay, thank you. Though I honestly don't know whether anyone has been able to stay for the entirety. For doing this as a celebration, it's fun. It is the longest possible journey you can do on Train Sim World using the same railway, but not route. I mean, I've had to use 4 different routes. To go from London Euston to Carlisle, trains take around 6 hours. And those are the ones that do not stop at every intermediate station, which I would have done if I'd been driving 350s along the line to Crewe. So London to Crewe would have taken 3 hours, while Crewe to Preston, if it was a local service, would take an hour and a half. And then this would take another hour and 20 minutes. The only reason it's taken a bit longer, despite being... I just had the neutral section, I think. The only reason it's taking longer is because my laptop does stutter. And I'm perfectly okay with that, because I know it was going to happen. Streaming while doing gameplay does use a fair bit of system processes. And, well, my laptop is working, so I'm not too worried. Trying to see how far I am. Next signal is green. It goes yellow and then green. 7.9 miles. So when we get to 3 miles, I will run down the traction motors, and we'll get into Lancaster. We are running late because it took me a while to leave Preston. I just could not get it going forwards, which I had to do a yeah, basically physics reset to let it work. As this is set firmly in the days of BR, late running trains are realistic. So I'm not worried about being late. But as I've been saying, I'm not doing this for any awards or anything like that. I'm doing it because I enjoy it, and I want to share it as a way of celebrating 500 subscribers. It's a challenge for me, basically. I do want to try at some point to time how long it takes to do the entire journey, using the route hopping if it worked properly, and try and use the same train throughout. In that instance, it would be done on free roam and would not have passing trains. But I'd want to do it staying within the speed limit. Probably do it with something easy. So, an Evero, an 805 or an 807. As long as it didn't do the thing it did at Milton Keynes, where it refuses to load in the spawned train. Hard to think that was 3 hours ago. More than 3 hours ago. That's weird. Took me 45 minutes to get from London Euston to Milton Keynes. Then had to catch or drive a Pendolino to Rugby, where we were booted off because the Pendolino was going to Glasgow via Birmingham. So we got on a freight, class 66, on empty open wagons, bogie open wagons. Right, I'm gonna cut power. There's a light engine. Oh, engine and brake van. Nope. Engine and coaches, but they weren't spawning in. Okay. Start applying brakes. We've got to stop in Lancaster. From Rugby to Crewe, we were on the freight, which was a maximum of 60 miles an hour. That took the longest so far. From Crewe to just north of Wigan, not north of Wigan, just north of Warrington, we were in a class 86 again, and ended up having to leave that route because I had an issue where the scenery wasn't loading, which would have made an absolutely appalling video or stream. So we loaded into Preston on this route, and now we're driving a service train, so we do have to stop at Lancaster, which is why I'm slowing down. I I'm already 3 minutes late. And we are fast approaching Lancaster. Hence why I've just put the brakes on full service. And I can release them because we're going to go into the platform. 4 minutes late. Okay, I didn't notice it was a 15 mile an hour. And the emergency brake came on. So we have to wait for it to stop. And then brakes released. Just run into Lancaster platform 3 and it'll be over 5 minutes late. But it's British Rail. British Rail never run to time. We just have to stop in the platform. Ooh. There's a Morecambe train. That brakes off, so we just crawl to where we're supposed to stop. About 6 minutes late. By the time we come to a stop. Oh well. As I said, British Rail. There we go. Objective failure. Weird. At least I've got a green signal. So we've got 16 miles before Oxenholme. Might be because I'm so late. At least we've got a green signal. Run through. I'm not worried about speed limits now. I want to get to Carlisle. Why can I hear what sounds like an announcement? It's weird. Now go over Lancaster Viaduct, past the factories. I haven't opened the window. That's better. Over the river. And we can now accelerate. And get to Oxenholme as quickly as possible. I wonder if it'll also fail me there. Why is it saying driving over speed limit? I'm under the speed limit. Odd. Somehow, I think my laptop is starting to struggle. Because it's telling me that I'm driving over the speed limit, which I'm definitely not at the moment. I'll keep an eye on that. a little bit of stuttering. Probably a southbound train loading in. Or an up train, to be accurate. Now it's saying driving under speed limit. That's better. We've got to go over the junction for the Morecambe line, which is fun to drive along. Ooh, I've done 100 miles in the 86/4. That's cool. Wasn't expecting that, but just shows how far I drove on Preston to Crewe to Preston before I had issues. Here's the junction for Morecambe Bay line, or Morecambe line. Let's add a bit more on the power. That way I should lose less time. I honestly would like to know why it said I'd failed the objective at Lancaster. And there goes the power. Can I notch up? Yes. There we go. Power back on. Morecambe Bay, where the cockle pickers go, or mussel pickers, one or the other, over the first of the 2 level crossings at 75 miles an hour. Need more speed. Need to get as close to 100. How far to Oxenholme? 15 miles and 7.5 minutes to get there. I'm going to be a bit late again. Unless I deliberately overspeed. This timetable is not as forgiving as scenario timetables. I mean, I've got 7 minutes, just over, to do 14 miles. It's not going to happen. I am deliberately going to overspeed. I need to catch up some time. Probably get told off. But this is a relatively straight section of track. So, going fast shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yes, these locos are limited to 100 miles an hour, supposedly. But I really want to try and make up some time, so that I don't get another objective failure, as I did at Lancaster. Oh, I've turned the detail settings down, and it wants to be a pain. This is Carnforth, supposedly. It's just struggling. We're definitely going above regular line speed. So Carnforth, having a lot of detail, because I'm going fast, didn't want to load in straight away. How far? 12 miles. I'm still earning action points. I'm not worried about an award at the end of this. I'm just really wanting to get to Oxenholme a bit sooner than 7 minutes late. Hopefully that will prevent another objective failure. Then after Oxenholme it's Penrith, which is other side of Shap, and right next to Penrith Services on the M6, which we are running alongside and under and over and all the way. In fact, there's the M6. So then the M6 is now on the left hand side of us, over there. In fact, it's just visible. Oh, yep. How far to go? 10 miles. 9.9 miles. We're doing 116 miles an hour on a 110 mile an hour route in a loco that is limited to 100 miles an hour. Being a bit naughty, but it's just so that I reduce the deficit. I mean, I've got 4 minutes 10 seconds to get to Oxenholme. If I'd been able to spawn in a different train and just do a path to Carlisle, I wouldn't have to worry about making up time. I wasn't able to do that, which is why I'm doing this. I'm going a lot faster than Class 86 is meant to. 125 miles an hour. Yeah. As I said, I am not aiming to get any medals or anything like that at the end of this. It'll fail me anyway for either overspeeding or not keeping to timetable or anything like that. The moment I had an objective failure at Lancaster, it failed the service. But I still want to get to Carlisle. So that's what I'm going to do. Get to Carlisle so that I can say I have driven probably 93% of the route. If I hadn't had the scenery loading issue between Warrington Bank Quay and Wigan Northwestern, I'd have completed the journey from Crewe to Preston. I will do a series of videos where I do the journey, each section a video, rather than a full long non-stop run, effectively, which will put less strain on my laptop to do it that way. But as this is a special stream for channel reaching 500 subscribers, I wanted to do something special. And driving the longest possible journey in Train Sim World, which is somewhere around 300 miles, has been something worth doing. I will do, it'll be 8 videos where I go London to Milton Keynes, Milton Keynes to Crewe, Crewe to Preston, Preston to Carlisle, and then the return journey. They will be done probably during the summer. Because I will need time to do them. And it'll probably be one of those a week for 8 weeks, alongside Wonders of Sodor videos and videos on other routes. The if you weren't with me earlier, videos this coming week are all on the Trent Valley line, starting with an exploration of the line, and then a couple of scenarios. Have I got to the point where I can... Why are you doing that? Why am I failing? The door's shut. There's no train. That's why it's an objective failure. I've got no train. I didn't look back. Right, we'll stop at Penrith, but we'll then just carry on. Okay. It uncoupled my train. Right. I've never had that before. So we'll leave the Windermere branch. I wish that was drivable. Driver class 101 up to Windermere and back. Should have gone like that and looked. There is no passenger coaches. It's just a break coach. That is somewhat annoying. So I just do that. I'm effectively running light engine. I don't understand why it's done that. I didn't uncouple it. So I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, we'll go to Penrith, 24 miles away. We will stop and then carry on. Bit of luck, we should be able to get to Carlisle at a sensible time. I genuinely don't know why my coaches did not come with me. This is just confusing. Nearly at the 5-hour mark for this stream. That is crazy. I have definitely never done a stream this long. Previous longest stream was 2 hours and 43 seconds. Nope. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Which was Train Simulator Classic. How long ago was that? A year ago. Wow. Yeah. This is 5 hours already. And I've still got... Oh, I'm speeding. Let's not speed with my engine and brake coach. That's it. Engine and brake. Bit bad. Signalman should have told me. But I didn't know. I should have looked, maybe. But why it uncoupled, I don't know. I didn't do anything. All I did was reset the simulation physics. Okay, we're 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. It's quite a tight bend, but we're still going. Which is what matters. I thought the first objective failure at Lancaster was because I was late. It's not. It's because my train's not there. I'm doing a Thomas and the Express thing in a real life simulation rather than Thomas simulation. I don't know how it's done it. I really don't. It shouldn't have done it. That's gonna be confusing me until I get to Carlisle. Just have a look on the map. Won't even let me zoom out and move the mouse. What is... Come on, take the legend off. And now it's stuck. Everything's just crashed. What have I got up? Silly brake on because I got... Why did it make me stand up? Something is playing up on this. Might be because of how long I've been playing. That's just annoying. Still got 22 miles before Penrith. And then I think it's another 20 or 17 miles between Penrith and Carlisle. Whatever is causing that issue with the map is whatever's caused me to lose my train. I wasn't having issues before I had the scenery loss on Crewe to Preston. It's just weird. I'm not even sure where... we've just gone over Shap. It's downhill virtually all the way now. Those sidings we went past were Shap. The highest point on the line. Slight bit of incline, but then we drop back down again. Still got 22 miles as the crow flies to Penrith. Which is at the foot of the gradient. I'm going to run the traction motors down so that we slow down a bit. There, it's level. And we'll be going downhill very, very soon again. At some point, I'll work out why it uncoupled my coaches at Preston. I didn't go into no. The only camera mode I went into was button 2 on my laptop, which showed all the coaches there. I don't know why the coaches aren't there. That's really confused me. As we're now going downhill, and we've still got 19 miles to go before our next stop, which is just a brief stop. We'll speed up. And just go quickly. Should stay on the track. We're alongside the M6. We're heading down to Penrith. We've gone past T-Bay. go to Penrith, and then get to Carlisle. Though, with everything playing up, I have a feeling I may end up needing to finish a lot earlier than expected, because my laptop is really starting to struggle. This is T-Bay. Not that I can double check, because go into map mode, I suddenly stand up, which I don't want to do. Oh, we're going uphill again. Under the M6. And I have my... Oh, I've gone over a neutral section. Okay. I'm still annoyed. I pressed 3. I'm annoyed that my train's just not there. There's one of the lovely viaducts. And some of the scenery's not loading in. I think my laptop has decided it's had enough. Because it's sort of struggling. I'm not best pleased with what it's doing. I mean, I've lost my train. That's still at Preston, because for some reason it uncoupled. With those Buckeye couplings, rather than the screw coupling, it's not supposed to automatically or it's not supposed to uncouple. Whereas I'm doing that so I can get a bit higher. I didn't press any buttons that would uncouple. It just uncoupled at Preston. I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I'm using power and I'm slowing down. Everything's just dying on me. Why are you not powering up? Break off. Why can I not run up the power? It's gone. Everything is decided it's had enough. Okay. I can't continue. Right. Ow. I didn't mean to hit the microphone then, but I had hoped to do the full journey. I've done as much as my laptop is letting me do. So, unfortunately, I am going to have to call it a day. It's still a phenomenal length live stream from me, which is more than I've done before. It's 2.5 times longer than my longest previously. So, for anyone who has watched, thank you very much. And for people who watch later, because I leave my live streams so that other people can see them, please enjoy. Hope you've enjoyed and all that lot. Until tomorrow's video, which is pre-recorded and already scheduled, have a fantastic night and day and everything else. And until then, be seeing you